What up? We're gonna try this shit again. I think I fixed the audio issue. I'm pretty positive I fixed the audio issue. Okay, what are you picking up, bro? Because ain't no way you're picking up my fan. Fuck. I don't know what it's picking up. How are you picking up my fan? What the fuck is going on with my audio? You know what? This is a problem for later, not right now. This sounds like a later problem, not a now problem. Okay, anyways, what's up, chat? What's up, Zypher? How you doing? I didn't edit anything, so how the fuck did I say it? Dork. We are live on YouTube and Twitch. Dual streaming, so if you are on YouTube, make sure to follow. If you are on Twitch, make sure to follow as well. And or drop a sub. A subby wuppy. My hubby. Anyways. Okay. Oh, fuck. I made the stream go away. Oopsie. Wrong button. Switch. Open source. Got it. Alright. Oh, hi. I forgot I was in the middle of a battle. Shit. You kill my Greninja, bitch. I love this Mega Evolution, ain't gonna lie. Excuse you. You keep that Gengar away from me, ma'am. Alright, fuck him up. One shot, get fucked. He's like the upside down Spider-Man kissing Lois Lane meme. You're gonna evolve? Or Mega Evolve? Go wait. I want to see it. Show me your chandelier. I'll give it to him. That was a pretty good Mega Evolution. There's a couple in here that are actually really good, but then you look at fucking Victory Bell and go, what the fuck kind of creatively Minecraft bullshit was this? Creatively Minecraft, blah, 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 blah. It's fake. Dork. Really? There was a fucking Phantom holding it up? Rude. Did this boy just blush? Did he just blush white? That's racist. Time to go get my Ampharocyte finally, so I can make up all my Ampharos. Been like my goal this whole fucking game at this point. Thank you. Anyways, up we go. Break it all. Break them all down. Oh yeah, I caught an Eevee too. Depending on what I want to evolve it into. Whiskey glass, oh shit. I fail. Someone new. Need some whiskey glasses. If I'm gonna make it through. I'll be whiskey glasses. I'll be whiskey glasses. You're not what I want, but sure, come here. Damn, I used my last dust ball on you. It's whatever, sir. How do we get over there? Looks like that way. You know what? Yeet! Whee! I love that ability. Charizard, what are you doing, sir? Charizard. Yeah, over here, buddy. Thank you. Leave the Flabébé alone. You don't want nothing to do with. I don't want nothing to do with him. Come here. Jesus Christ, Charizard. Fucking bloodthirsty motherfucker, I swear. Why is my mouth not moving? Hold up. My model again. Why does that never surprise me anymore? Ah, ba ba ba. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. She's coming to get you. Oh, that she was. There's another baby. She's gone to mine. That's crazy, old lady. Sounds like it sucks for you, man. Awa? No. I don't know why the fuck it's not. Why is this model being retarded? What the fuck is going on? Ain't no way you fucking broke my model, bro. Yeah, let me try something. Why does this one work fine? The other one doesn't. I'm confused. Makes no sense to me. Whatever. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh, there she was. There's another baby. Oh, there she was. There's another baby. Got some more, but oh, there she was. Yeah, baby, yeah. Again, why are you not picking up my mic? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
I think we're good now. I think. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Anyways, look at all these fucking crystals I gotta break now. Because my natural instinct is to break. I must break you. I must break you. I must break you all. More mega shards means more mega stones. More mega stones means more mega evolutions. More mega evolutions means I can fuck around with more fucking combos. And we fucks with combos, you know what I'm saying. And I don't want a nice... I don't want a nice bench, sure. That's what I meant to say. I don't think I'm getting up there that way. I don't know. I guess we'll find out when I get over there. Individual gotta change my life to better suit your mood. And she's so smooth, just like the ocean under the moon. It was the emotion that I thought you. Another that could be so smooth, yeah. In your heart. What the hell are you doing down there, buddy? Get in my balls. What? What the fuck am I supposed to get to him now? I'm gonna have to go back. That's what I'm gonna do. I was throwing the balls, you fucker. Wasting Pokeballs for nothing, you shithead. Okay, I think I gotta go this way. Can't be that fucking complicated to get to him, can it? Climb. Okay. Oh, there's a ladder. That makes so much sense now. Well, fuck me. Whatever. Ooh. There we go. Well, there's a will, there's a motherfucking way, motherfucker. Get cooked, bitches. Excuse you. I'm pretty sure I told you to break that. What is wrong with you? Get on my job. Get on the case. Hey, Esper. Get in. Any more psychic types? Okay. I was like, tell me that's a rock and not a Pokemon. You're an electric type. Gets Charizard's gonna do a trick.
Not Ampharos. My boy. Let's do it. Oh yeah, he becomes a dragon. I forgot about that. So many fucking dragon mega evolutions. It's crazy. That luscious hair. I love Mega Emperors. It's so cute. Sheep to dragon. The evolution. Welcome up, Charizard. That's what I'm talking about. Ow! Shouldn't hit me. Fuck you. Ready to evolve, Mega Evolve? Let's go! Get him! There we go. Supercharged Dragon Attack. Thank you. Give him another one. Shit, that lightning attack gonna kill him. No, it didn't kill him, it killed somebody else though. Nailed it. Shit, you literally were off by like 10 feet there, bud. Make sure they're full restore. Get you ready for the next phase. Hit him with Dragon Pulse. And also get closer so you can actually hit him with Dragon Pulse. He just tried to Thunder Strike you. Oh shit, he's still trying. Uh-oh, Charizard's about to get fucked. You can't be bullying me like that, sir. Excuse you, the fuck? Mega Evolution. Mega Evolve Charizard. Fuck him up. That's my boy. Let him run away. It ain't over. Ain't over till I say it's over, fucker. It's about to be over. Got him. Whew. Give me my Ampharos, bitch. Hell yeah. The fuck was that? The fact that she runs like a fucking Naruto character kills me every time. Wild. Me. What if I have enough time to go do some battling? Probably not. Looks like it's about to sunrise. Where's my answers? I didn't say it wasn't you. Alright. Can't find my emperors. Where is he? Huh? Oh, there you are. He's so pink, it fucking blends in. I'm banging on the sofa. Maybe now we're in the shower. You got me on camera. Locks on my shoulder. They're the words that I told her. It's getting louder. Everything was over. They really did their fucking homework when they made all these mega evolutions. I think better what she was about to see. Baby, believe me when I told her it wasn't me. I need to get a Drompa. I want a fucking Mega Evolve Drompa. That shit is fire. I love his Mega Evolution. Hang on, I'll show you. I forgot you can look at the Mega Evolution Index now. I hate this Mega Evolution. It's so dumb to me. This one's retarded. That's my boy. Love him. Definitely love Mega Pidgeot. Mega Beedrill. Sick design. I don't really like that design, but it's whatever. At least you finally got a Mega. Mega Sableye like a little goblin, and I love it. That was okay. Lucario's alright. Slowbro's fucking hilarious. Sharpedo's weird. Electros, I don't know how to feel about that one. I don't know if those are mouths or lasers. It's fucking weird. Obviously, Charizard X. Awesome. We all know this. Pinsir's creepy, but I love it. Mega Heracross, alright. Bahalucha, definitely one of my favorites. Ninja, also one of my faves. Mega Aerodactyl is pretty cute. Chandelure is definitely one of my new favorites. I never seen a Mega Skarmory before today. That's actually weird. I don't know, I like gold. And the Mega Phalanx is fucking honestly kind of hilarious. The little one in the middle, like, I tried to hold this guy up so hard. But look at this Drumpa. That shit's sexy. What's its typing? It's still normal dragon, I guess, huh? Interesting. Fucking cool, though. I have to find a Drumpa. Yeah,
there's so many. There's 31 Mega Evolutions now, and I have 24 of them. I've seen at least. I have to Mega Dino. He's adorable. That's creepy, but cool. That one's just stupid looking. I fucking hate everything about that one. That's some creatively bankrupt retarded shit right there. Anyway, so we got Amphorite finally. So now we get shiny Mega Ampharos. Get sprung. Wanna pull out tongue. Yeah, we're not making it. It's too early. I'm staring. Oh, baby. I wanna get with ya and take your picture. He's so horny. Oh, I'm getting my bends and use me, cause you ain't that average groupie. I'm dancing, the romancing, drip, don't yet. The zines, same flat butts are the theme. That's right back. Yeah, fellas, yeah. My friend got a butt, hell yeah. Lick it, shake that healthy butt. Baby got back. Got back. Like I'm round and big. I'm shaking myself. I'm feeling like an animal. Now here's my scandal. Blow. I was in trouble. Like hoes and bows and Joe. Picture. Break of dawn. I'm strong. How do I get friction on? By Pokeballs. Balls of poking my balls. What? So the one thing I give this game is that at least all the Nurse Joys look different. None of them are the same. Like you got white, Hispanic, black, all of the colors in the rainbow. I'm white, I'm black, I'm yellow, I'm single. What's up, boys? I mean, fuck. What's that? Well, I ain't down with that. Still can't believe I got my Discord with that shit says it this morning. You guys are dumb as fuck. I'm gonna do it again, just saying. Be prepared. you never know what's gonna happen. What's gonna happen? Pokemon, yo. Why we gotta come all? Touch it, come. Okay, so we can go for Mawile next or Barbaracle. Or I can go to this zone right here, which is literally right where the Mawile is anyway. And I still have some missions here I can do. Wait for a specific mission down here to open up so I can evolve my fucking Galarian Slowpoke. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna go to zone 14. I'll grab that mission out of the way. Ugh.
Come on, shiny boy. I have just the thing, actually. Wait, where's my Alpha Go-Go? Do I have an Alpha Go-Go? Shit, do I not have an Alpha Go-Go? I maybe don't have one. Let me see. Nope, he's small. Hang on, give me a second. I need an extra large Go-Go. There you go, Alpha Skidoo. I'm just gonna evolve him. Shit, I don't remember what level he evolved at. Daydream. I was gonna go down in flames. It's over. I was worth the pain. This will tell you I'm insane. I love the players. You love the game. Like this will take you way too far. Love you like this, with a nasty scar. Starbucks lovers will tell you I'm insane. You blank face, baby, and I'll write your name. Sure. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright. Jesus, did I do this already? I sure fucking did. I don't recall that. That's a fucking obstacle course and a half. With the pain, some service, they'll tell you I'm insane. My players, and you love the game. It's way too far. You like this, with a nasty scar. Alright, I'm gonna fucking do this, and I'll probably have enough levels to evolve them after I'm done. Straight. She said. Should be over here. Yep, found it. Keep up, ferocious slowpoke. Told you. Oh, an Aron. Hey, Aron. Hey, Aron. Got him. That portrait. Like he's staring right at me. He's like me, for real, for real. Fuck. Got him. Hell yeah. Hello? Fuck off, Jober. You dick. In the Pokeball. Try to fight you. Oh, that's a big drill. Extra drill. Hello. Hello, friend. You wanna go, bitch? Well, first I'm taking these guys. Ow! Rude. And there goes the ninja. Fuck, level up. Nope, not bring us to do. Chandelier. You people can't see, can't you see? You affect our reality. Ooh, he's charging. What he's charging at? I have no fucking clue, but he's charging. You're a will-o-wisp, bitch. Oh shit. He's damaged. Get in my ball. Let's go. Whoop, whoop. Thank you for claiming your universe shard. How was your work day? Besides shit. Don't say shit, because I already know it's probably shit. My name's always shit. Oh, hell yeah. You still ain't evolve? Come on, bruh. Level 30 now. What level does he evolve at? Good question. I don't know. You larger than life. Hold on. Do you need a leaf stone? Can make it right. Wait, you evolve with a dusk stone? News to fucking me. You asked me how my day was, knowing it was shit, and then expect me to not say shit. Screams and Raven, you know what? It was great, fantastic, even. Good. Keep it that way. You ask him how he'd ask you how you are, but you say you're fine, but you're not really fine. You just have to keep pretending that you're fine. I don't remember how to evolve Skidoo. 23 Skidoo. You look like you would belong in a zoo. Give my bottle cap, bitch. Next, we want close combat. So close. Oops. Oh man, let me see them titties. Those big old bitties. Man, let me see them knockers over there. Those big ham huckers. I'm playing with my cockers and looking at your boobs. Boobs. What do you mean I don't have anything I could use to heal myself? The fuck? Huh? Sir? Are you on crack? I literally have max potions right here. Use them. Not your boobs. Oh yeah. Can you break this? Not that you can't. Not that you can't. Okay. Nope. Okay, well, I guess I gotta switch Pokemon real quick. Look away. Dance with me. Wait, you learn extreme speed? Hold up. Bitch! Oh, we can also Dragon Pulse. What's stronger?
Orsu is a good move too. Wait, pretty sure Rock Smash is what I'm looking for anyway. We can swap back later. There we go. I wonder if Orsu will work. Sure will. I just like all caps. That wasn't all caps, but okay. If you want to get technical, which I'm getting technical, so deal with it. Ooh, what? When? Where? Why? Who's trying to fight me? Fight me! Rude. Fucker. And a Pokeball. Ooh, discharge. Let's go. The fire. Oh, hey, Drover. Get Orseared. He did. Hey, bye. Me bye. Naked. That's the end of this song. That was not what I wanted to use there. There you go. Good boy. Hey, wrong. The way dance with me. Dance with me. Walk with me. Dance with me. Why do you want to fight me, huh? Why do you want to fight me? Why do you want to die so bad? Get in the luxury ball. Get in the luxury ball. Ooh, it's a Laron. Yeah, that's not what I want to do at all. It would have worked. Ow. Rude, sir. Very rude. You get the luxury ball. Thank you. Who you? Why you look goofy? Damn it. Extreme speed on the rock. That works. Boy. Okay. I think that's all the rocks. You know, I gotta clear that shit up. Oh, fuck you, Esky girl. That's far away. Oh boy, got 2 HP. No, that chicken for bye-bye. Is that everything in this area? Or am I, like missing a whole fucking bunch of Pokemon? There's an Onyx here, I just don't know where. Probably not till night. Or you could be hiding one of these. But I doubt it. It's over here. 7. Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Turn the music up to hear that sound. Let's get loud. Okay, so other than your day being suck, how else was your day? Make conversation, you little shit. I can't figure it out. Oh, is that where my well was this whole time? That was easy. It's time. Oh my god, he's so gorgeous. He's so Chad. I should nickname Chad. Chad Chaddington. Well, steel. Dark. Right? Yeah, I think it's just steel. So the cardio should be fine. A charger. I love Mega Mawile. That's so cool. Ow, rude. Are you using beat up? You are using beat up, aren't you? You sure fucking are. Oh. Ow, rude. Am I even tempting her? Wait, what? Why did she go outside of the battlefield? I don't like that. Oh, that's fun. Not really. Oh, bitch. That's crazy. Alright. Oh, fuck. Oh, I can't attack her if she's up there. Oh, shit. There we go. Nailed it. Uh oh, she mad. Oh, she upped her game. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking Mega Mall while fucking bullet hell mechanics, that's crazy. Imagine. Oh, she's almost dead. Come on, we got this in the bag. Finish it. Finish it, Charizard. Finish it. Got it. Oh, Skidoo can evolve. I'll tell you. Mo, while holding this stone, will be able to make it evolve during battle. Let's fucking go. Tony, you crazy girl. But with Smash. Alright, one more Pokemon to get. Oh, yeah, I need to evolve you. So that is what I can do. Evolve, you little shit. Go, go. I want to see how big this fucker is now. He's an alpha. Nope, that's not you. Holy shiitake mushrooms, you're huge. You could be my mustache. Look, I'm the Homer meme. Back up to the bush. Look how fucking tall he is compared to me. Jesus Christ. Goodbye, cruel world. Whee! Boink. Anyways. Oh my god, the prancing. The prancing. It's so cute. I want to eat him. You will be in my party soon, sir. You just wait and see. He's all boig. That's a big boy. I sure fucking did. Jesus Christ, look at him compared to the other ones. Wait, I didn't say you could keep my go-go. What the fuck? The bitch just stole my go-go. Well, have fun, go-go. I'm about to go catch another one of you later.
fun. Bye. Get abandoned, bitch. Crazy. Crazy statement. Alright, anyways. Shoot, is it me? Is it me? Cadillac girl, put some miles on it. Little thing he wants, have a smile on it. Maybe you deserve it all, and I'm gonna give it to you. Smiling so bright, oh very something, oh nice. You, that's what I like. That's what I like. You, that's what I like. That's what I like. Diamonds alright. I gotta get up there. That's what I like. Because I always get sidetracked. Because this game makes my ADHD go burr. Look how shiny that fucking Metagross is. I don't like how shiny it looks. It looks too pastel. I get they're trying to make him look like he's metal, but like, I don't know. It just doesn't work for me. It's like, eh. Gives me the ick. Style wise. Oh shit! I've heard say. Motherfucker! There we go. Shining so bright, from fairy champagne, all nice. For you, that's what I like. That's what I like. For you, that's what I like. Well, that's just bullshit. Yeah, my parkour failed because the fucking ledge doesn't work. You have to find a hollow vader or something. Ghastly, ghastly. It's a ghastly affair. I thought there's just random Swirlixes just chilling on top of fucking stalls and shit. Like, whatever. I'm here, bitch. Enjoy my life existence. Enjoy my creamy existence. So creamy. So swirly, like cotton candy. It's like cotton candy. You know what I'm saying? Cotton candy. Oh, fuck. You heard what now? Oh. No. I already knew that, retard. Ooh. Dipshit. Dipshit, dimwit, dumbass fucker. I love how they can't give you voice acting, but they can actually give voices to your characters when they climb shit. Make that make sense. Give us voice acting, god fucking damn it. I'm trying to think of how the fuck I would get up there. Apparently that's where the Mega Evolution is. One thing I can think of. Jump off here and use the rope. Time to go up. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work. Well, fuck me. I have no idea how I'm supposed to get up there. Battle zone activated. Yeah. Yeah. Parkour. Hardcore parkour. Oh shit. Hello? I don't know, man. It's clearly doing it this way. Ain't gonna get me up there. Let's. Oh. I used my brain and it worked. It did. That's crazy. Okay. Oh shit. play the other side. What are you doing up here, Ghastly? Being Ghastly? Ghastly. Literally, not metaphorically. For real, for not for play. I could go across here and then jump back. Possibly. Nope, I did not make it. Fucking whore. I gotta recline this shit. Ugh, fucking jungle gym. This fucking jungle gym, I tell you, jungle gym. Yeah, I know a guy named Jungle Jim. He's a crazy fucking loony kid. Lunatic, whatever words can't speak. Okay. Climb up here. Go up here. Cross here. Climb here. Go off here. Use the Rotom phone. Get on that ledge. Climb here. Do not try to go across there again, because I done fucked up. There's gotta be another way up there. I just want to get this fucking Pokemon. That's what you fucking get. Get what you fucking deserve. Where the fuck is he? I see 3 Ghastlies, 4 Ghastlies. 5 Ghastlies. Want to be baby, you need to know that because it was killing me. I must confess, I still believe. Oh great, the battle zone's in the fucking rust area. Ew. Gross. Give me baby one more time. Oh, it's down here. That makes sense. Killing me. I must confess, I believe. What I just feel is not mine. Me, baby, one more time. Nice, negative bridge. Is that an Ariados? It is an Ariados. It thundered. Got him. Go Magikarp. You don't want Magikarps. I like that we don't get to hear this song, but we get to hear Asher sing it. Shut up. My loneliness, you're giving me love. I still believe you're here. Give me a sign. Give me, baby, one more time. What do you mean you can't hear the song? Can you hear it now? Should have been able to hear it this whole time.
I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Me a sign. Give me, baby, one more time. I wonder how many Pinnacle will make up a mega barbarical. Though I guess what we should be thinking about is how to handle this battle. Barbarical becomes rock and fighting type when it mega evolves. Oh, that's good to know. Fuck. Not yet. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to use against him. Rock and fighting? Oh, famous stereo. I hear jazz. That's from the game. Well, I just turned up the Spotify, so you should be able to hear it. The Switch audio should be a lot higher than it is. Better? Not the stereo. So listen close. And every note. Uh-oh. Yeah, you're not supposed to hear it on the VOD, but you're supposed to hear it on the stream. Which makes no sense that you can't hear it. It should be. I think Spotify or fucking OBS is just being picky bitch is what it is. Me when the apples I pay batteries. My alpha wheels are down, baby. Oh, yeah, it's from the game. Wait for you, so listen close. Listen every note. Uh-oh. Make me a radio. Wherever you when you feel low. Make it good for you. Along to my stereo. Oh, my stereo. Along to my stereo. Leave me behind. Make me a radio. When you feel low, I need to for you. No love to my stereo. My stereo. No love to my stereo. Go. Motherfucker really just will be fine. That's crazy. I don't know, man. Do I have what it takes to beat this guy? Rock fighting. Use water. I got to take a Your vagina deserves respect. Good to know. That's crazy. Does your vagina deserve respect? It deserves me. That's right, boogie down. That is a travesty of a creature. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's like a fucking eldritch horror. I love it. Low-key love it. Woo, he just tried to jump my ass. Alright, good job. Fuck this shit up. Ability. Push. Fucking map. Good job, get him. Looks like his shell's breaking. Oh, fucking Christ! I'm gonna die. Ow! Okay, Eldritch Horror, chill the fuck out. Get jiggy with it. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. I'll try from the beginning again. Blah, blah, blah. Can't speak. Power. Oh, yeah, I got some. Fuck. Alright. Get away from me, weirdo. I hate that. I don't like when he charges me like that. And you missed. Okay, I was gonna say, you're level 52, you can be able to handle this shit. Seal first. Got it. One more game. Oh, nailed light again. Nice. Good job, Ninja. Uh-oh. 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 No! What the fuck out the ninja? Okay, I need you to like not be so far away when you use like bro. I regret my time spent in the battle ranking system to fucking get this Mega Greninja, but I'm so glad I got Mega Greninja. You're making this game way too much easier to beat. Oh heck. Remember again. Fight. Oh no, he's going in, he's going in, he's going hard. Fuck. Greninja, come back. Woo. Ah, Greninja's dead. Silly bitch. Thunder. Nice. Oh, let's watch out. Nice. Alright. God damn it, really? Again? Oh shit. That was close, Ninja. I almost got fucking lasered. Finish it. Shit. Oh, I'm gonna die. Ninja, finish it! Ninja, finish it! Let's go. Oh shit, that was close. If he fucking attacked, my ass would have been croaked. Let's go. Hey, Zygarde. What's up, buddy? Bye, buddy. If Mega Power continues to overflow and saturate the city. Do you not fear that every Pokemon in Lumiose may succumb to some rogue Mega Evolution? I would expect nothing less from one of those whom Zygarde sees potential in. There's something you should know. This disaster of Mega Power spilling forth over Lumiose. I have reason to believe it began at much the same time as the renovation work on Prism Tower. This suggests that Corsartico Inc. has some connection to what is happening. Perhaps Zygarde wishes me to investigate that connection. I believe Zygarde is wielding me as an instrument for the betterment of Lumiose. It intrigues me, and it bothers me not. After all, my wish has always been to make the more beautiful city a beautiful and beautiful world. For that, I'm counting on your help until we meet again. Boogie Wonderland. Weird how Prism Tower keeps coming up in all this, huh?
As wondered. I was worried about it too, was he? Wasn't he? Before the renovation started, Pistol Tower was open for anyone to go in to climb up. I wonder if they closed it down because they're trying to hide something. Oh, before I forget to let me heal Lucario and her husband. I gotta get going. Barry and I have to work on our coordination so we can help these poor rogue Pokemon together. Better. Blah, blah, blah. Rogue makeup. The remaining Pokemon at risk of undergoing rogue makeup. Hooray! We did it! For now. Oh, hi. What the fuck? Hello. Yeah. Too many barbaricles from you, buddy. I will immediately try to catch every single one of them. There's no reason to screw over other than wanting to catch them all for no reason. Loud as fuck, bro. And in my ears. Okay. Yep. Oh wait, before I go back to the hotel, see, we'll see if I can catch that Onyx. Onyx. There's an Onyx. Hell yeah. Oh, what are you trying to do? Heavy ball. Damn it. Got out. Fuck. And it's gone. Fucking chapstick. Let's just fucking cry.
Onyx. Pokemon. Motherfucker! Yo! Oh shit. What are you doing? Got again! Bitch! No way! God knows where we stuck it. I wrote the thick I wanna be down in your fucking position. It's called the diverty, so I capsize me, I dive myself. My battleship. We own the straight copy with an automatic ship. In yours, I'll show you mine. Do it doggy style so we can both watch it fire. Baby, nothing but mama for us. Do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. You and me, baby, nothing but mama for us. Like they do on the Discovery Channel. Why now? Alright. Go Pokemon first, then go back in. We ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so like they do on the Discovery Channel. Me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so like they do on the Discovery Channel. Getting horny now. Okay, so I can tell the difference now. Too. That's an Onyx. Got it. Okay, no. I like how they make little burrows. Kind of cool. That's a Joker. Don't care. God damn it, kill my goddamn bird. They're coming for my life. They're coming for my life, chat. Alright, back to the hotel we go. Sure, we'll have fucking Team Rust fucking missions after this. Control it. Really now?
this guy. Oh, they do this fucking shit.
Fucking Tawny getting us in all this trouble. Shit. This is why you don't take loans from loan sharks. Did the loan shark game not teach anyone anything? Also, I need to play that game again because they had a new ending apparently. And I feel like a monster. It's just beneath the skin. I feel like a monster. He collected my balls, guys. Feel like a monster. Feel like a monster. Oh, we're teaching people lessons. Feel like a monster. There's my girl. We got to put on that now. Oh yeah. That's what next in Solar Beam. At least you got thunder. She went ice beam. What the fuck? How can you went ice beam? You're a fucking normal type. Fucking normal. I guess it kind of makes sense since you can with Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch. I guess with other physical attacks. I wish you could Earthquake. Wish you want to Shadow Ball? Hell yeah. Actually, no. Keep Dig. Get rid of this. You turn.
Iron Tail. Let me borrow my Alpha Omega Master of Begas. There you are. In the hole. You can now Mega Evolve. Should do all ghosties? How's that gonna work out? Besides, why would I do that when I can do this? Tis the queen! I love that she hops. Look, it's Athena in fucking Pokemon form. Oh yeah, it's up here anyway. Mickey, raise up to the moon. What cha-cha do? 24 karat magic in the air. I need 13 more. Just make sure what's the blackout. I'm a dangerous man with a bunny in my pocket. Keep up. Keep up. I don't really have enough ghost types to do that. My Alpha Lopo is such badass. And she's dead. So long. But oops, collateral damage much. No! Fuck! There's a fucking Dratini right in front of my face! Little bitch. I think every Pokemon deserves to have a ghost type version. I mean, Corsola does. It's kind of a tragic story, to be honest. Corsola's fucking ghost version is basically the ghost of its dead ancestors. And it's the only ghost type, or it's the only ghost type, or Corsola variation that has an evolved form. Which is even darker because their evolved form literally can take your life just by touching you. There's branches basically steal souls. That's a great Pokemon to have on your team, and for some reason I adore it. And it's a pure only ghost type, which is crazy. Not even a water ghost type, it's just a straight ghost type. Carrot, 24 karat magic. When I get a fucking somebody who can trade with me, I'll fucking make a. I'll probably do a go. I'll probably do different teams. I don't have anyone to trade with right now to get a Gengar. They don't have link cables in this game, so you got to trade. I'm not trading with randos, because that's how you got to fucking lose them. Good Pokemon for shit Pokemon. To the moon. What y'all trying to do?
Yeah, fuck it. Let's fight. I can use leftovers. Chill. Over forehead. I should like when I make fucking like 3 different variations of meow for some reason. Did that motherfucker just burp at me? I want a shiny mouth a lot, buddy. Run. Bitch, Iron Tail hurts more, bitch. Get down. Get the heck down. He's down. Fuck you. To my ass. You know, I'm curious. Still a water park there? Yep. What I said. Good usual if you want change. But they don't stop coming. It's crazy. Hopefully that cheating came back. Yeah, what's up? God damn it. Gone forever. There. I think like Nightfall or some shit for him to come back. And then remember that spot. Wait, is the type of flower they're near the reason why they're that color they are? Maybe? Well, fuck. You should have put a ring on it. If you like it, you should have put a ring on it. Oh no, man. Aren't you streaming tonight, Nikki? Up. Come back up. I fucking did. I said, aren't you streaming tonight? Wow, man. Where's one of the teeny? I'm mad. Later, you think? What do you mean you think? Do you not choose your own schedule? Do you let everybody else choose your schedule for you? Damn, that's a bummer. Fucking Alpha Hound, my boy. I love you so much. I want a shiny version. Fuck. Okay, they're getting it on back there. I'll walk away. Doing some naughty transactions in the back rooms, if you know what I'm saying. In the back or something. That's that pan for it. Go ahead. Get in my balls. Get in my balls. To you, John Wayne, is it for me? Scan to this. Scan to this. Fish. Definition. I like what? What? Then again, she said something. I like what? All night long. You see that fun, baby. I thought that was Naveen for a second there. I guess they all do look the same. Should have shut up. Scan to this. Fish. Open the mouth. Devilish. Living la vida loca. Like a truck. Yeah, like what? Didn't move your butt. And again, there's no like truck. All night long. You see that fun. Oh, hi. Baby, that's all the fun. Baby, Purple, I guess. That's all. That elf is slow, bro. What area is that? I'll take it hurry. Like the way you move that thing. Okay, I guess we're going in there and getting a mega slow bro. Or alpha slow bro. Words. Booty go da da, baby make your booty go da da. And then we'll go hit the zone. And then I'll go do the other mission. This is the other side of the okay, you should take yourself over and worry about you. You, on the other hand, buddy, you and me need to have talk. Why I need you in my party. Okay, kill him first, I guess. Back, little bitch. Bro, really? I will end you, bro. Like, got him. Alright, you wanna get in the ball? Well, now. Look off, bitch. Is that necessary? It's sick. Pick up dip. There's a way to climb back up. There is. Not easy, really. Fuck it then. I don't know. What? Boom, 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 dum, 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 dum. One shot. No shot. Ah. Good luck. Too powerful for this game. Oh shit. Good. Well, that's all I needed. I downed your ticket. That would have been Where can you find one? You can't. It's mine. Fuck you. You dick fucker. Oh, hello.
have to go well. My planet needs me. I have to go now. My planet needs me. Okay. Go here.
Kick some ass. Leave. Repeat. Nice, baby.
Why do I feel like
These troublemakers are actually decent people.
oh, those troublemakers. Look at me. Really good ninja. Sneak attack! That one. Ooh. On it. There you go. That wasn't too hard. Thanks so much. I guess I move off here. Pretty impressive. Person you sent to the trick court, though. Thank you very much. Of course he did. It's the rest of the kid's job doing that. It's his community, though. I was just stopping by to make sure you handled the job properly. Nothing better to do, huh? You must know there are a lot of wild Pokemon coming to Lumios. What's Arctic Hose, Hollow Tech does a pretty good job of keeping them in set areas and out of trouble. Just not make their way into the city and cause problems for people. Let's try to force the Pokemon out of their usual habitats and try living spaces. Stuff not having a place where you belong, it was the same for me back when I was a kid. You went through something like that too, the famous fearless Corvo. Oh wait, that makes it sound like we're the bad guys chasing those Gengar from their home. Yeah? Like you didn't take care of every last troublemaker, did you? Ah, sloppy work. What are you gonna do with that Pokemon? I'll look after it and see how things go. No bad chasing down of its own. I think we can live together, at least for now.
then I've got your next job lined up already. I need you to help out one of my people. She'll be on the riverbank near the electrical substation. I need you to take care of some undesirable elements down there. I don't like the way he says that, but then he's usually talking about a Pokemon. So I'm like, what? Hands, where are you going? You're nowhere near the fucking tracking. I hate the tracking on this fucking thing on Greasy Face. It's so weird. Second year. Your year, I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. Anybody else? When I think about you, I put myself. How's the Gengar now? Look, it looks like he's licking his stone. That's funny. Look at him float. Gengar. Gorgon. 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 Blah, blah, blah. Don't you love me? The Mega Evolve. Mega Gengar. Anybody else? When I think about you, I put myself. Anybody else? Oh, I hate that he like faces to like go around like. Probably fix that. Do that, man. Like, there's clearly bugs in the game. Like, he should be in the ground. He's floating above me. Anybody else? When I think about you, anybody else? About you, eat up your own throat. Wasn't that called question? I forgot. Honestly do. Go to Pokemon Center, stroll down the road, wipe some motherfuckers out, and then catch some bitches. Oh, I've been caught. Damn, that's crazy. Lost a follower. Damn, that's crazy. Damn, that's crazy. So not that crazy. It's down here. Oh, we're going to the sewers. The fuck is that supposed to be? You just draw the mega crystals here in the sewers. There's a lot of them. Be ready to break a sweat. You can keep any mega shards that you find when you destroy the mega crystals below. Okay. Oh. Oh, no. Alright, there we go. Oh, hey, okay. Nice. Wait. Wait, what? What am I saying? Be apart from my last brain cells. Way back. Got him. Oh, no, no. Oh, bigger. Alpha? I remember how to evolve like that. Matter of fact, I didn't know how to evolve in K2. Because apparently flipping like switch over doesn't do it like it normally used to. Hold the fuck up. Give me a second. Maybe don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Maybe don't hurt me. Hurt me no more. See, it's not working for me. The fuck? Where's it even landscape mode? Flip it over. Okay. No, it doesn't let me evolve it. That's weird. Okay, hold up. Fast. Okay. But I actually have to like disconnect this. Hold up. Me. Me. Okay. Flip. Menu. Scroll. There we go. It's such a weird way of doing it. That's such a weird way of doing it. They have to hold the switch upside down to evolve this fucking thing. And I got a Malamar. Do I have a Malamar yet? I don't think so. All of it. I don't know. But it's your next date. I looked at the light. Yeah, I don't have his stone yet. So I don't really need him that far yet. Sorry, I had to like take it off the dock in order to do the evolution, or else I would have showed you. Around. In there. I'm getting her. You will scrump and annoy bats. Level it up to at least 48, then manually initiate the evolution process in the menu. Okay. So it's gonna be level 48 to evolve. Got it. To evolve Scrub, you need to raise the level to 48. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll flip your ninja. As much as I've been using him a lot. He's kind of fair anyway. I'll grab just like that. And we'll use that to level these two up to 48 so they can both evolve. I got him out. Oh. That's like shit. Oh, my fucking knee! There's a crystal around here somewhere. There's on the wall. There we go. What the hell? But those mega crystals grow willy-nilly can make this sewer real crowded with Pokemon. Maybe in the rest of them could try to clean them up on the boss's orders, obviously. What are mega crystals anyway? I've heard there's something mega power. But that just begs the question of what in the world mega power is, right? In any case, the mega crystals are gone, so let's go. Rust Syndicate characters are weird, bro. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, the fuck? Good morning, how are you going today? It's almost 10 a.m. and I still haven't slept, so I'm probably gonna sleep now, but if I don't see you again, I hope you have a good gaming session. Okay. Is it true you're going around calling Mega Rogue and Vega of all Pokemon? Sure. See. One more question. I know a guy showed up after you conned one of those rogue Pokemon recently. Who was he? You don't even know his real name, huh? Well, that gentleman's name is Lysandre. He is or was a very wealthy and generous businessman. He helped me out when I was a kid, providing me with support since I had no family to rely on. I don't know why he did what he did 5 years ago or what he's up to since, but if he's alive, that means I can repay him for everything he's done for me. Oh, but look at me talking to myself. You better not breathe a word of this to anyone, understand? Otherwise, that interest might become a lot more of an issue for you. Anyway, I have another job for you. We've got a little problem with some outsiders causing trouble on our turf. It might get nasty. But you should be able to handle it for me, right? You'll know what's up if you head to the battle court near Central Plaza. Go take care of it. Just taking care of all your business, bitch. You're the boss's orders, you better listen to him. Bitch, I ain't gotta do nothing he says. Suck my ass. I'm only doing it to something like that. You think I give a shit? I'll out-battle his bitch ass any day. Pokemon trainer, you take me for a motherfucker. Fight all y'all motherfuckers. You're all up in your booty cheeks. I'll be all up in the booty cheeks. Probably should have actually did the battle. Yeah. I already got my ticket. Let's put me at rank E. C. I'm at D, so let me see. Let me A. Done. Let me A, bitch. A. A. I don't know what color I need. Why is the orange one so fucking hard to find? Yeah, poison the rocks. That'll be good. That was a really good job. Chat, what was that Titini? I don't remember. I want to say it's this building. Oh, down in this area somewhere. Anything got less than Titini for that? Red? No. Yellow? Eat orange, you bitch. Tripping? Now, waiting to see where over everything goes. We're going up a ladder to get to it. I don't know where the roof was exactly. I found it, and it's an alpha. Thing we've got. Oh no! Chat. We're gonna fight now. Look at that big boy. I want that big boy. Get mad. You mad? Ow! Beat me up, dick. Oh wow, he still might have that. Kill him! I'm trying to kill him now. Yes! Let's fucking go! Yeah, I switched my team up like I switched my Endura. Don't question me. And he can already evolve. Let's fucking go! That's a big boy. Look at my big boy. He's like all the Pokemons. All the Pokemons. This shit. Those boxes full of Pokemons. Most of them are all the same. If I actually took the time to organize this shit, holy Christ! I mean, I could search and view boxes as I will too. Like I can just go to a box, pick a Pokemon species, select all the ones in there, and then swap to a new box. So it wouldn't take me long to actually organize this shit. I mean, I'm not gonna do it on stream. I'll do it later before I go to bed. Probably. Maybe. Think about it. It's gonna drive me nuts until I actually fix it now because I mentioned it. Fuck me. I hate it here. I ran out of potions. I ran out of fucks to give. Look at my boy. Well, yeah, he's a boy. He's so pretty. Look at you. Look at you. Pretty boy. He's a pretty boy. Yeah. Yeah. The size comparison. Like, holy shit. That's a big snake. That's what she said. Anyways. Come on, Dratini. Let's go kill shit. Ooh, I like that. I'm so glad I figured out where I was going, where it was. Because this boy is huge. Head on the line. Right on the line. Right on the line. I wonder. Don't waste my time. But teleport back here since it'll come to this entrance if I walk back over. Maybe the fucking Flabébés will be different colors. What shot it goes? Sure fucking not. Motherfucker. Try again. Oh, I'm fucking dying, yo. It's too hot. Nope. Still the same colors. What if I kill it? What's murder? Murder. I like Murder. Murder's fun. You like Murder? Shit like in the neighborhood. No, there's only one. What the fuck? Not sweet then, bitch.
Die.
Precious time. Again? Think of it. Alright, where am I going? Here. Why?
There. I'm gonna knock it off.
Here is where the troublemakers be. Are the troublemakers children? Am I supposed to beat up kids? Okay, they're the troublemakers apparently. Lecturing children for no reason. Weirdos. Stranger danger. Stranger danger, kill Pokemon. Or kill their Pokemon. What? Whatever. I was speaking to your friend. I don't know where the fuck. Bitch, no one wants to talk to you. You're a woman. Okay. I didn't mean that. I kind of meant that. I definitely meant that. Fuck that bitch. Francois. Francois a bitch. What's a kiss counter bird? Look at my big boy. Really? Protect? Well, now I'm just gonna kill you. 'Cause you're a bitch. You little fucking twat. You think I'm gonna let you get away with that, huh? Bitch ass. Oh, you're still moving like a side and lip going on. Fucking weird, fam. Can't believe you just killed Measure Team 84. Get fire blasted. Get your bitch ass down. The passenger side of his best friend's side. If you're stronger than he is, then that means he's a cuck. Just like SBC, huh? Or like the BBC, you know what I'm saying? Got him. Now you got fairy type. We had dragon type. We got fairy type. Got it. Bury these nuts. Matter of fact, I'm gonna block everything. Get him. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Steel is strong. There we go. You're not get your ass beat by a fucking Slurpuff. Jaquin's Illustrious Society of Battle Connoisseurs. You shouldn't be able to defeat the two of us. Just leave a stain on the reputation of our Team Society and Partnership Brand. I think we need to call for reinforcements to sort this out. Well, there you do. I heard word you've been acting kind of like you own this place. Too bad you have to go and lose to a kid. People are on edge as it is these days with all the wild Pokemon showing up in town. Hardly seems like a good time to be going around troubling our city's children now, does it? You're Corval is the rest of the kid, aren't you? One who fancies himself some kind of outlaw hero for the masses. So you sent this boy here to humiliate us. Well, we'll have our revenge someday. You know, I should head home for today, kiddo. Watch out for any strangers. Ooh, I'm glad I got us out of that. Thank you. Yeah, the rest of the kid don't seem that bad. I don't think of myself as a hero, you know. Someone has to take action, that's all. Anyway, you really are strong, aren't you? And you don't boast or show off. Why? Nobody even knows that you're the one calming rogue Pokemon. You're an interesting one. I ain't in it for the clout, motherfucker. I'm here to save the Pokemons. Not the Pokemon. Fuck that bitch. The Pokemons. Please, I must ask you to do this. This is ridiculous. What's happening now? You're coming with me to find out. Okay. I mean, you could just ask me nicely instead of just telling me what I'm gonna do. I said I don't want the clout. I didn't say I wouldn't punch you in the face. Fuck that bitch. I'm Puerto Rican, we don't play those. Get slapped the fuck up. I fight with knives, motherfucker. Not Pokemon. Catwalk. On the catwalk. On the catwalk. Yeah, see my little turn on the catwalk. 39. I can't remember. Is he on level 40 or 45? They changed it to 40, but I can't remember. Guess we'll find out. Too sexy for my car. Too sexy by far. Too sexy for your mom. Too sexy for my cat. Think about that. Marvel, you know what I mean. You turn on the catwalk. On the catwalk. On the catwalk, yeah. Shake my little tush on the catwalk. Dragon Pulse, I definitely want to learn. Turn on the catwalk. On the catwalk, on the catwalk, yeah, shake my little tush on the catwalk. I'm too sexy for this, too sexy for my cat. Pussy, oh pussy cat. I'm too sexy for love, too sexy for my love, love's going to leave me. I'm too sexy for this song. New kids on the block, middles on the six. Chinese food makes me sick. The girls stop by for the summer, Like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch. I'd take it if I had one wish. So you said since that summer, alone. Chicken. Switch. The girl from Abercrombie and Fitch. Kids on the block, runs off the steps, on things you make me sick. I buy for the summer, for the summer. Like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch. I'll take her if I had one wish. She's been gone since that summer, since that summer. Cookie. Fitch, you look like a girl from Abercrombie and Fitch. It's on the black line opposites, Chinese food makes me sick. Okay, fine when the girls went by for the summer, for the summer. Like girls out there, Abercrombie and Fitch. I'd take her if I had one wish. She's been gone since that summer, since that summer. Rich, look like a girl from Abercrombie and Fitch. On the block, it's Chinese food makes me sick. I think the girls hop by for the summer, for the summer. The girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch. I'd take her if I had one wish. But he's been gone since that summer, since that summer. When summer girls go, so. Let summer girls go. So. What's going on? I'm gonna take my song. Black man boxes hits Chinese food make me sick. Stop by for the summer, for the summer. My girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch. I'd take her if I had one wish. She's been gone since that summer, since that summer. You know what? Let's get rid of that in your screen. Okay. I think we're good. Swap some moves around. You know. Give me a milk. Go. Oh, what's going on here? Quasartico? As I've said many times already, there is absolutely no cause to be concerned. Lies. You say that, but who knows you're doing it behind the scenes. The number of wild zones and keeps increasing. Isn't that the true goal of your redevelopment plan? Asher and Corbo, sir. Now here's an unexpected pairing: the CEO of Quasartico and Tony together, huh? Care to explain all the ruckus? You've heard the rumors about Quasartico's behind all the wild Pokemon coming to the city, right? You want to hear the truth from the CEO. But those rumors are ridiculous. I came here because I'd heard these people might try to start something with Quasartico, and the good thing I did, this crowd won't listen to reason. And who are you two? We're trying to keep our city safe. If you're going to get in our way, then you'll have to face my Pokemon. Bitch, look at that fucking big ass lips. Keep our city safe. Don't make me laugh. Tony, get the president away from this mess.
Got it. This way, ma'am. Well, isn't this an interesting turn of events? Now, I'm not sure how I ended up protecting a scoundrel who won't even repay a debt. You're a good person. Give me a break. Nice people don't end up in my line of work. Still, I can't just abandon folks who are in trouble. That's below even me. Come on now, I'll lend a hand, and that makes 2 against 1. I never said I'd play nice. Oh, I guess we're beating him up. I'm a fucking gangster now. Let's go. And this guy got fucking big ass lips. Yo, why he look like the dude from fucking the prison guy from fucking Boondocks? Damn, we both got outfits or some shit. That's crazy. Double battle. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. You gonna make up all that little shit? I'm sure to make up all that. Done. Sit your ass down with your big old fucking lips. Yikes, I got no comeback for I'm beating like that. Damn fucking right, bitch. Fuck out of my life. Get your big lips and walk away. Look like you can suck a golf ball through a garden hose. Where'd you two come from? You're so strong. But we'll uncover the evil deeds of Quastartico someday. You haven't seen The Last of Us. That's what every defeated villain says. I guess originality wasn't their strong suit. My skull appears pretty strong though, eh? He's aight. Thanks for the help, Asher. Glad you came when you did. I was at a loss for how to handle that many people. And thank you to Corvosa. Don't worry about it. Couldn't have you getting injured, otherwise we'd have to wait even longer to get our money. Not that we'd mind you racking up more interest. Besides, the rest syndicate deals in favors, not violence. So you there, Quastartico, President Lady. What that rabble was going on about how the wild Pokemon are coming here because of Quastartico. Any truth to that? First, allow me to offer my thanks for your help. And what is true is that we, Quastartico Inc., aim to make Lumio City into a place where people and Pokemon can coexist in harmony. However, we also know it is unreasonable to simply dream we can live alongside wild Pokemon with no protections needed. Our Holotech encloses the wild Pokemon to keep Lumio people safe, though I also hope to someday remove all such walls between us. Yeah, I really hope all that's true. It would be a shame for something to happen to the city. I do love this place, despite everything I've been through here. Well, thanks for putting in a bit of overtime, kid. I'll be in touch. You are one of the other Pokemon trainers that Vinny reports to me about, I believe. And you stay with Az Hotel? I hope you continue to help us keeping Lumio safe. I'll stick with President Jet and make sure she gets back okay. I'd ask Vinny to handle it, but apparently he's off dealing with some other urgent thing. Why don't you get back to the hotel for now? I get it. Lita's worried about you. Lita, I don't know what the fuck her name is. So I guess that's funny coming from me, the one who's caused everyone all this worry. You think? You just look, you got a dumpy. Anyways. To Miami. Welcome to Miami. Can I do this mission yet? Nope. Look at that shit. Mega evolved in Metacham. A Metacham? Pretty sure I have this all in one.
yeah, meditate. I'll break it down. Welcome to Miami. Street, break it down. To Miami. To Miami. Yep. See, that would work if I had my 2D up. But thank you for the redeem. Zypher, if you're here, can you refund that for me? On the bottom. On the beach, gonna break it down. Break it down. Welcome to Miami. Where's my slow bro light? Welcome to Miami. I only have one Medicham. That's why I caught more. Unless I'm just tripping. Hold on. You know what? I could just do this. Pokemon species M Meditate. Search boxes. Yeah, I have one. Got it. I guess I gotta catch more. Miami is no fun. So, is this a continuation of Scarlet and Violet? Nope. This is a whole new game. This is Legends EA. This is Lumios, which I think was in Alice region. One based off of France. Honestly, so far the game's pretty good. There's glaring issues, obviously, with every game that Pokemon puts out recently, but it's enjoyable. It's fun. I've been enjoying it. I haven't been enjoying some of the Mega Evolutions, but other ones are pretty good. And the ones that they brought back are still fucking awesome. I don't know why I'm collecting these. I'm already full. So it makes no fucking sense. And the fact that you can just Mega Evolve whenever you want. Pretty good. And I need to go here. I hear the Megas are very hit and miss. So I could show you some of them because I have like a lot of them so far. But like obviously they brought like Mega Lopunny back. They have a Pokedex for him now too, which is kind of nice. Like they have a Mega Evolution Pokedex. Like they got, this is just a regular Mega Absol, but they have an Absol Z coming out with the DLC. And so I got the classics. They got Banette. This one's pretty cool. It definitely gives off Eldritch Horror to me. This one's kind of hit or miss. I'm not really sure how to feel about that one. I don't know. It's weird. Drampa is fucking, it honestly is fire to me. I love it. It's fucking beautiful. I didn't even know he was getting a Mega. And now that this one is stupid. This one's retarded. I hate this one. I want this one to die in a fire. Halucha, definitely I'm okay with that one. That was pretty, that's an awesome idea. Greninja, I wasn't a big fan of at first. But the fact that he's like sitting on top of a fucking shuriken upside down like a ninja is kind of cool. So I kind of fell for this one. The Phalanx one is kind of funny because if you look at the middle one, he's like struggling to hold the other three up. Obviously, again, you got Mega Houndoom, Mega Lopunny, Mega Lucario, which apparently Mega Lucario is getting a Mega Lucario Z form, which I don't know what it looks like yet, but we'll find out. Manectric was always stupid looking. Mega Mawile I always liked. Mega Neum is just, I don't know, man. I think the best one that they made was Embor, only because he's skinnier and he has like a fucking staff. Like, Mega Croc or for Alligator looks fucking retarded. His whole thing. This thing is a used condom. I'm just saying it. He's literally just a used condom. Like the doofy looking ass face on him too is just crazy. Meganium was never good. I know, right? That's your asses. Slowbro is a twisty top one. I love that one. Skarmory apparently got one, unless he already had one. I don't remember, but I don't remember him being gold, but apparently he's gold. Sharpedo was always kind of weird. He does look more like a torpedo. Sableye, I always liked him because he's a gremlin. Pinsir is fucking awesome. But, hang on. If we go back to sort by number, there's a lot of other ones that I haven't gotten yet, as you can see. The Chestnut one I really like, but okay, so my biggest gripe, hey you, pretty much so far. I'm not enjoying all the Mega Evolutions yet, but I'm enjoying some of them. Like Mega Camerupt is really nice. Mega Audino was always adorable. Always looks sad too. They brought back Mega Gengar. They brought back Mega Pidgeot, Mega Beedrill. So my favorite so far from this new evolution line is Mega Barbaracle. Mega Hawlucha, Mega Greninja. Oh, Mega Chandelure is actually pretty cool. That one's, I like that one. That one's pretty cool. I like that one. And then Mega Drumpa is my like favorite so far. But apparently the DLC is gonna have Mega Raichu Y and X, and it's also gonna might have Mega Evolutions for Zeraora and a couple other Pokemon, a couple other legendary Pokemon like Heatran. So we'll see. But that's just a leak. We don't know if it's actually gonna happen. But I do like the fact that you can like literally Mega Evolve anywhere, and that you can have your Pokemon out at all times in your party, which is pretty nice. Okay, so hot take, I don't like the combat. It doesn't feel like a normal Pokemon game to me because of that. I don't like the combat. I honestly don't like it. I feel like it's too clunky, and like the fact that you have to constantly lock on to the enemy to fight it, like, I don't know, it just I'm not really a big fan of it. I'd prefer the old combat because it feels like a real Pokemon game with the old combat. I don't like this new combat. It doesn't feel like a real Pokemon game to me. Yeah, and if you don't lock on and you're like running around trying to do shit, instead of locking on to the enemy, you're dodging and shit. Like, I liked it better when, like, with Arceus, where you could, like, you know, you do those missions where you throw, like, the satchels or whatever, and you have to dodge the fucking alpha Pokemon or whatever. But, like, in this one, you gotta dodge, but also target your enemy, or the Mega Pokemon that's Rogue, and try to dodge the attacks while also telling your Pokemon what to do, and it's kind of annoying, and I don't like it. It don't feel like a normal Pokemon game to me. No, it's not turn-based anymore. It's basically an action RPG now. You'll see in a minute, because I'm probably going to be fighting some more Rogue Pokemon. Okay, I gotta go meet Corbo, so we might be getting into a battle with him, probably. One feature I did like about this so far was the fact that they actually make it so, like, if you throw a Pokeball and you miss the Pokemon with it or whatever, someone will actually go and collect the Pokeballs, and then you can go back to, you go to a Pokemon Center, and you just recollect all the Pokeballs that, like, you get through that you lost. Like the ones that obviously got broke when the Pokemon broke out of it won't be retrievable, but the ones that you miss with, instead of just disappearing into the abyss, someone actually collects them and you can go back and pick them up. That I thought was kind of cool. I'm a feeling. Like, so far I'm enjoying the storyline. I'm not so sure how I feel about the battle rank thing and not having gyms and having promotion matches, which, I mean, I guess the promotion matches are kind of like gyms, but seeing as you skip from fucking rank Y to immediately up to rank F, and like they like all the extra ranks in there that you could have been promoted up to are now gone. So it's like you maybe just skip like half of what could be a storyline for what. Thanks for coming in. That's another job. You are one interesting kid, aren't you? Running odd jobs to help a friend, calming down rogue Pokemon. It's all pretty impressive. More than anything, I love that you can hold your own in a battle. So I decided you're done working for us. I'll clear all the interests as promised. Damn, that was quick. But that's not actually why I called you here. You see, I wanted to have a proper no-holds-barred battle with you. Told you. I saw this coming. Starters are Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. The opponent for your next promotion match has been decided. You are to face How did I know that was going to work out perfectly? Trainer Wiz will be promoted to rank C. And guess what? I already finished my trainer ticket, so I can battle him right now. No, isn't that interesting? Isn't it? You're my next opponent in the ZA Royale. Fate itself is telling us we need to battle. Right, you are, boss. Also, I don't like the design of that guy. He's ugly. So do you have a challenges ticket? Yep, I sure fucking do. I love it when someone's well prepared. We can get right to our promotion match. I'm so glad I fucking worked on getting the ticket before I got to this point. That was smart of me. Or else I would have been sitting there for another like 2 fucking nights trying to get the tickets. Felt really awesome to thank Tony for introducing me to a music trainer like you. Fuck. Now then, let's get started. Looking forward to it. The best part of battle is facing a trainer who's got talent and then sending them home crying. I must paradise. Might be the first time I take a fire starter since Torchic. Honestly, I think Embor's Mega Evolution looks better, to be fair. I want to experience every drop of your skill as a Pokemon trainer. Hey, I barely even know the guy. Okay, I gotta give him that. That was a good joke. Oh, come on. Let's not argue semantics. You didn't get the joke, apparently. And I also like this when we stare each other down like we're about to go into a fucking massive battle. People, Pokemon, we all get covered in the grime of the world as we go through life. The city needs people willing to get their hands dirty clean, cleaning up all that mess. As a kid, I had no home, nowhere to go, until Lumios gave me a place where I could belong. I aim to protect the city in any way I can. And for that, I need more influence. I need to reach rank A. I like that smile off your face. I love the shit talking in this game. For now, I'm just gonna enjoy my battle with you to the fullest. Let's do this, bruh. We don't blind to Arbok, huh? Why do I have Scrump out? You're gonna get ass. You're gonna get your ass handed to you, man. Get back here. That full head of luscious hair. Fuck him up. That's what I'm talking about. Shit, you're poisoned. Why are you poisoned? You really just pull out Gyarados? You know how easily he's gonna die? Goodbye.
I might need to switch Pokemon. Shit, he died to poison. Fuck. It's also nice because they give you other starters. So, like, say you pick Emboar as your first Pokemon, you can actually, later on, Mabel will give you a choice between Squirtle, Venusaur, and Charmander. So you can actually pick a grass starter or a water starter after that. And then later on in the game, you get to choose, or you get to battle and fucking capture a Chespin. So, technically you get all 3 starters from different regions. Ooh, that big evolution is actually kind of fire. Shit, he's attack. Shit, never mind. See, that's how the battling works. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. Victory is confirmed. Congratulations, not processing your promotion. Promoted to rank C. Let's go. Don't know if Lysander sees your channel, but I do. I see what you can bring to the city. Here's a TM as a sign of my respect. You should move for Gunk Shot. You should all your Pokemon learn it. Maybe I'll do that. The user attacks by shooting out filthy garbage, which mainly also leave targets. Thanks again, it was a good battle. I like it. You know we could use someone like you in the rest of the kit. What do you say? Fair enough, I respect you sticking to your crew. Team MZ must be one heck of a team, especially with you on it. No, I don't think I'm quite done with you yet. I'll see you at Hotel Z. That face. Man, it looks like you just saw the fucking war. He had Vietnam flashbacks out of nowhere. Seems a touch more sluggish compared to Power World. Not far off from it though. Yeah, it's a little sluggish. It's a lot more stiff. That's the only thing I don't like about it. Like, and to be fair, they kind of stole the idea from someone who spent 6 years making a fucking Pokemon fan game, and like a month before they fucking went to put out the game, fucking Nintendo cease and desisted it, and the battle system in that game was the one that's currently in this fucking game, which is kind of fucked up for Nintendo to do. And I hope the guy sues them, but at the same time, it's like, they didn't do it right. If they did it right, it would be less clunky and a lot more, yeah. It'd be a lot better, like Power World. You beat Corbo and you're rank higher too. I bet the rest Syndicate will keep off our backs now that you've defeated Corbo. It would look pathetic if they kept trying to boss us around after a loss like that. They won't fully leave us alone until we pay back what Tony owes them, though. So it's time for us to chip in as a team and clear on Tony's debt. Just when I finally started saving up some real money for my sewing commissions. You better be chipping in too, Asher. At least once you pay this off, you should feel it will be free from the rest of the gift for good. I don't want to have anything else to do with them. I'm sorry, everyone. I promise I'll pay you all back as soon as I can. We all help each other. It's a team, bitch! Did you at least manage to take care of whatever was pulling you away this whole time, Tony? Yeah, it worked out okay. I was trying to keep the president of Corsair to go safe. Funny thing is, Corvo showed up to help. Wait, do you think the rest of the kid is gonna add more to my debt for that? If so, I guess it's back to doing unpaid labor. You gotta realize the labor's been fucking what? The debt's been cleared. Oh my gosh, you guessed. You're interrupting our croissant curry, sir.
So this is Hotel Z, eh? Not bad at all. What are you doing here? Oh no, are you gonna have the whole Rust Syndicate battling Pokemon here like you said? Please don't. We just need a little more time. We'll pay Tony's old debt back tomorrow. Now, it's got you all on edge. Think about it. What do most people come to hotels for? To book a room, correct? Or what? Is Hotel Z too fancy for the likes of me? If you'd like a room, I'd be happy to get you checked in, sir. Follow me, please. Really are huge, old man. You know, word on the street is you're 3,000 years old. If you would put your name down here. Of course, give me your best room, please. What are we role-playing? Occupation, I'll just put down handyman. Quote-unquote handyman. That's crazy. They're all filled up, but you didn't expect me to have such neat handwriting. You'll find the elevator over here, sir. Everybody's fucking on the edge. It's crazy. I think I just beat him in a battle. Relax, bro. It's time for me to retire. Pleasant evening to you all. That's fucking funny. What's going on? What was that about? I couldn't possibly guess. Well, he's our guest for now, so we better make sure he has a good stay. Don't worry about it. We're good. Was that Jiraiya? Jiraiya? No. That was Az. From Pokemon X and Y. Yeah, this is based off X and Y. It's like it's okay, so basically it's post XY sometime in the future during Lumiose being redeveloped and shit. That was a surprisingly good night's sleep. Who's in charge of your housekeeping? That'd be me, sir. Very nice work, kid. The room was spotless. I could tell care went into every detail, every corner. You even prepared a special breakfast for Skull and Feet of the crew. Here's what I owe for my stay. Here's a tip for you, kid. Let me guess, he gave her 100,000. So this is a little too generous. Don't worry about it. Everyone knows I'm a good tipper. Well, thank you very much, boss. I'm here to escort you back to the office, sir. Ah, Viz, Tony. About that loan, we would really appreciate it if you could repay it soon, now if possible. Alright, I just so happen to have the full amount here. I love this guy. Very good. You must always return what you borrow. It's important to follow rules like this in life. They just literally role-played her paying the money back. Our business here is done. Time to head back. It's been a pleasure. Let's both keep doing what we can for Lumiose, yeah? I like him. He's funny. At first I didn't like him. Now I kind of like him. Why are the rest of the people like this? Don't question it. Just go with it, bro. He recognizes my skill as a trainer. That's all you need to know. Done with cleaning the rooms and everything? Yep, all finished. Also checked the unused room, freshened up the toiletries, all that. I still can't believe that Russ can actually showed up at the hotel in that tip. Maybe it's some kind of honor among thieves thing or something? Like they felt bad for us? Seems like they kind of like Asher after all. Whatever the deal is, I'm finally debt-free. No more sketchy loans for me. She'll be in a sketchy loan tomorrow, I guarantee it. Yeah, I should hope not. Alita. Naveen. A moment, please. Of course. Sure as. What are these? The Mega Rings and Mega Stones you two will need to Mega Evolve your partners. Wait, for real? But Mega Rings are super precious and valuable, aren't they? Neither of us is ranked terribly high in the ZA Royale either. No matter. You two have been helping Asher to ease the suffering of Pokemon undergoing Rogue Mega Evolution. If anything, I should have given these to you sooner. But you have my apologies. Please don't apologize. I still take these gratefully. Same here. Thanks, Az. Oh yeah, look at those Mega Evolution users. Alita, isn't our partner? Your partner still Staryu? Staryu can't Mega Evolve. It has to evolve to Starmie. Pokemon can only Mega Evolve when they aren't capable of evolving any further. But that aside, Asher, I want you to be the first to face my soon-to-be Mega Scrafty. Wait, I was just about to challenge Asher too. Why do we want to fight me? Why not have him take you both on? Let's make it a whole team activity. We'll all meet at the battle of the court near here. Oh, we're all battling, I guess. AKA, I'm gonna whoop both of their asses. Wait, are we doing a battle royale? Because fuck those, bro. Alright, so my biggest gripe so far, to be completely fair with you guys on this game. Okay, so to get the Mega Greninja, or the Mega Greninja Stone, right? To evolve Greninja into Mega Greninja, Mega Evolution, you have to do a ranked battle system online with other players in order... Fuck, words. I'm trying to think. In order to get the stone, you have to do... here, I have to show you. Okay. So in order to get the stone, you gotta go to Link Play, and you have to do ranked battles. Z to A Battle Club, right? I'm gonna torture myself just to show you guys how annoying this shit is. So... you have to reach rank K to get the fucking Greninja Stone. And I'm pretty sure next season, after the 6th, or the 5th, yeah, the 6th, I think the next season will start, will be Mega Chestnut Stone. So, you bring teams of 3 into battle. Let's see if I got a decent enough team to go into battle with. I don't want to get my bullied like last time. And let me tell you something, okay? Every time I battle people in this fucking event or this fucking rank shit, oh my god, it's the most fucking annoying thing on earth. Like, okay, it's 3v4 or 1v3 free for all, essentially. You against 3 other people who are all fighting each other. So either you start out and you literally go after the first person you see who has a lower or a type difference than yours, right? And as soon as you go to attack them, as soon as you get that attack off before you even hit them, they immediately swap Pokemon. And then everybody else gangs up on you and just fucking wipes the floor with you. Dude, it took me like 2 hours of almost fucking rage quitting because I kept getting sweated on by 3 other fucking people. And they're all using the same Pokemon, but they're always swap. Like, every time you die, you're supposed to not be able to swap out Pokemon as often. But how many times did these motherfuckers die? Not very often. So they was constantly swapping Pokemon between their 3 every 5 seconds. So you couldn't get a fucking kill in because every time you tried to switch types for your Pokemon, you couldn't because you died so many times you couldn't switch. It was so, oh my god, it's horrible. I don't want to do it. I'm not doing it again. But I'm just telling you, it is the worst. These motherfuckers sweat so hard. The fact that I made it to rank K is crazy. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting myself through that torture. But just so you know, that's exactly what it is. It is sweaty. These fucking people sweat harder than a little bit. And then 9 times out of 10, the entire group will just start targeting one person just to get kills off of them. Because basically, the amount of defeats you get on someone else's Pokemon, or everybody else's Pokemon, it puts you between, as the difference between you getting rank 1 and rank 4. And if you come in 4th place, you lose points. Or 3rd place or 4th place, you lose points. You actually lose like 20 or 30 points depending on what rank you got. And you gain points by Mega Evolving, hitting, connecting attacks, downing other people's Pokemon, all that shit. And it is like the most sweatiest fucking thing. I wish they would, like, I don't know, make it a little less fucking sweaty. Like, Because holy shit, for a casual player like me who doesn't do like ranked battles, I almost fucking ripped my hair out trying to get the rank K just to get my Greninja. I'm like, why would you put that shit behind a ranked battle wall anyway? Like, that's so stupid. Because most casual players who just want to get the fucking Greninja stone so they can have the Mega Evolution are not going to want to do that shit because it's too much fucking work. So I don't think they're ever going to actually implement it in the game other than the fucking rank system. So if you don't get it during the time period before the 5th, you either have to probably wait for them to put it out into another fucking event or don't get it at all, from what I'm gathering. So it's like, now I'm going to have to put myself through this torture every fucking season until I have all the 3 Megastones that I want to get. It's kind of annoying though, like low-key fucking annoying. Trust me when I say it is sweaty as shit. If you saw how mad I got, oh my god. I have never raged that hard in fucking forever. Because these guys are just literally being toxic fucking dicks. Shit was fucking ridiculous, bro. Oh, there you are. Control. Also, I don't like the way they made the shiny, or the. I don't like the way they made the metal parts of the Pokemon look pastel. That does not, like, I get it's supposed to make it look shiny, like metal, but I don't know. I just don't like the way it looks. It does not give off shiny to me, or like metal. And the models are basic. I mean, they look like the models from fucking the fucking last game, but I mean, what do you expect? They're still making Switch games, so. But honestly, the game looks great and runs great on the Switch 1. So if you have a Switch 2, I would wait until there's a patch. Because from what I've heard, ever since the Switch 2 version crashes a lot. I've not had a single crash on this game yet. And I'm almost halfway through it on the Switch 1. So. I would definitely say if you want to play it, if you're interested, definitely get the Switch 1 version. You'll be better off. Yeah, the battle system's kind of clunky. I'm not a really big fan of it at all. Like, even swapping out Pokemon in the fucking Royale, like the online mode, feels fucking clunky as shit. Because you, like, can't just switch out as soon as, like, you know, as soon as you like go to attack or whatever, you can't cancel an attack and switch out. Like, you have to literally sit there and wait for the attack to go off and wait for their attack to kill you, and then you switch out. But by then, you've already died, and then you have to wait to reset. Because every time you die in the Royale, or your Pokemon dies, even one of them, you then have to wait 20 seconds to switch out, and you have like 2 minutes to actually complete the whole thing. That's kind of you, man. Boom, I want you in my room. We spend the night together. Boom, boom, boom. Want you in the room. Together. In the room. You respect me? That's crazy. I don't respect you. I'm sorry. I'm being mean. Oh. But yeah, they're pretty fucking sweaty. That was just like my long explanation to say, yeah, they're fucking sweaty. Oh. Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. Spend the night together. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, look, it's my favorite spider Pokemon. I want you in my room. Spend the night together. Boom, boom, boom. You really had to poison me, bitch? Ugh, I hate my I gotta heal. Damn, she hurt herself. Crazy. Is that a crocodile? That's a crocodile. That's a dead crocodile. I love how she hops. It's adorable. He gonna Mega Evolve? I want to see a Mega Evolve. Show me the hoodie. Show me your hoodie. And literally, I get the hoodie. What the fuck is that Mega Evolution? It's literally just a fashionable fucking Scrafty. I mean, don't get me wrong. He definitely pulled out the Balenciaga look, but come on, bro. That fucking Mega Evolution is cracked. Oh, fucking crazy, bro. You're always hungry. Look, I don't decide it, I just feel it. How about we head to Nouveau Cafe? And guess for me, I'll happily go somewhere that keeps their croissants and their curry separate, yes. Jesus Christ. I'm not even sure how far I'm into the game. I know I have to reach rank 8 to actually beat the game, but I think. Excuse me, 2 more croissants, please. Croissant! I want 2 more croissants. Eating quickly can give you indigestion. Can you blame me? The croissants are amazing. Hey, Ragus. How you doing? If you're going to order, then do it all at once. You're just making more work for me. Girl, tell them. Girl, you tell them. What? She's great. She's gonna kick your ass. And she's kind of hot, so I'll miss her off. How goes Pokemon? Goes well. I'm having fun. And I'm gonna evolve Staryu, and then we'll start using Mega Evolution too. Finally, who the fuck are you? Why is your hair green? Oh my god, it's a maid. Pardon the interruption, but would you happen to be the members of Team MZ? Who the fuck is this chick? That's us and you. My name is Laban, and I'm here on behalf of the Lumia Society of Battle Console. Oh god. The BBC's here. No, the BBC. Get it right. The big barbarical cocks. Isn't that a group for the children of elites and socialites to share their beloved Pokemon battles? None of the Hotel Z staff or clients outfit that particular bill. The events that the Society of Battle Connoisseurs hold are attended by more than merely children of elites and socialites, I assure you. But I digress. Would you kindly tell me which of you is Tawny, the leader of your team? That's me. This is Asher. He's our secret weapon. Hello there. Hello. A pleasure. Now then, allow me to state my business. Let me guess, you want to fight? Lady just I don't know how to fucking say that word. Jacinthe? Leader of the Society of Battle Connoisseurs wishes for you both to attend the Society's next gathering. To that end, I am here to invite you to join us at Hotel Rich is... Homie, what is this name? Hotel Rich is me? Hotel Rich is me. That's literally what it means. Hotel Rich is me. I fucking hate it here. That's the most creatively retarded fucking name for a hotel I've ever heard. That I would take my leave. By the way, 10 out of 10 would smash green-haired maid chick. And she got thick ass. I think. Can't tell. I do hope you will join us. Do I get to smash after? Like, who knows what may happen otherwise? And squeeze me? Oh no. You bringing out the Puerto Rican to me. I'm bringing knives, bitch. Let's go. I'll fight you. I'll fight you with a knife. Also stretch. Just so you know I did it. Well, if my hand tracking would actually pick up now. Hello. There you go. Stretch. I'm not sure, and I still don't get exactly what this group does either. But let's check out Hotel Reaches Me. So we can, what you say they do to me, and share their love of Pokemon for Pokemon battles. Whoa, hold up. You're not planning to go to the Hotel Reaches Me just like that, are you, Tony? Sure am. Nope, that's a hard no. Think about it. This is your chance to rub elbows with stars and big shots and talk up Hotel Z. If you're gonna schmooze it up, you two gotta dress like you belong there. Help him out, Naveen. What? Me? I'm convinced, Lita. Do your thing, Naveen. Alright, fine. For starters, let's try Boutique Couture on Vernal Avenue to see if we can find any suitable outfits. Got it, see you there, Asher. This will be great. Charm those SBC fancy pants types, and then maybe they'll come to Hotel Z next. They're mad. They want to fight me. Wait, what do you mean? I'm about to go in there and go fucking full-on ham fucking Puerto Rican lifestyle on their asses. I'm horrible. I could make a Pokemon game into a fucking I'm gonna fight you with knife, bitch. Oh, fucking Christ. Cannot with me. Can't take me anywhere. Go ahead now. You can't take me anywhere. Literally. Oh, look at that. There's another fucking corkscrew I haven't gotten yet. Or as they call it, colored screw. Which just sounds kind of racist, to be honest. Oh, well, that's a pain in the ass. I guess I'll get the first one. Nope. And I fell. Fuck. Oh, wait, there's a ladder. We're good. Adore you. Go ahead now. Wants to buy you rockets. And then there's him. I don't think I'm making it to that. I could get on the roof and drop down like I normally do. Because I'm a cool guy like that. Yeah, I don't really need that in a second. Whee! Go ahead now. If you want to call me, maybe. Just go ahead now. Still a yellow. I need an orange one. God damn you! If an orange flip baby don't show the fuck up soon. Wait, that's shiny. Are you shiny? No, you're not shiny. Yeah, just go ahead now. Just go ahead now. I wish I'd give you a bike. I was so confused by that Magikarp just flopping around. I was like, what the fuck happened here? And then I saw the trainer and I was like, oh. Go ahead now. This is why I turned my hand tracking off, because it's being retarded. Sit. Go ahead now. Go ahead now. I don't want to get all schmoozed up. I think I look dapper, to be fair. Although I do kind of want a new hat. What do we think, chat? Dapper hats. I don't like that. I don't like that either. Yeah. Hoop earrings? What's wrong with you? I want to be cool, not ugly. Loser. I need a new jacket. That's satchels. I don't care about that. Oh, well, that's the place I needed to go. Boutique couture. What they sell here would certainly suit a society of battle connoisseurs affair. But they'll have price tags to match, and they don't sell just to anybody. Well, I'm pleased to hear you admire the pieces I find. Who are you? Since you asked, my name is Azami. I'm a fashion designer. Do you know what I've always thought? People are free to pick out whatever clothes they wish to wear, but wouldn't it be grand if clothes were free to pick out the person who wears them? Though I doubt such musings would be well received by any customer of the boutique. Actually, I wonder if you might do me a favor. Help me fulfill a dream of picking out people worthy of wearing my designs. Do this, and the outfits are yours free of charge. And prove yourself worthy. You must have a Pokemon battle with me. Of course. There's one extra condition. You must secure your victory with a Mega Evolved Pokemon. That is the sort of trendy avant-garde Pokemon battle I wish to see. Seriously, it's such a pain. Firmly agreed, but we came here with a mission. We've got to find clothes or face Lita's ire. That would also be kind of a pain. Thank you for the alert, Gunstopper. Time for you to shine, Asher. Gotta choose this. I always gotta battle everybody, bruh. Defeat my Florges with a Mega Evolved Pokemon. Simply winning is not enough. Fine, I'll whoop your ass. That's what you really want. There's surely nothing so vogue as a victory won with Mega Evolution. Does your Pokemon even Mega Evolve? I don't even know. I don't think they gave Florges a Mega Evolution, did they? Did they? Oh, maybe not. Well, he should fucking Mega Evolving, that's for sure. He's already. Wanna go? Let's fucking go. Did you really just heal? Run! I'm trying to heal you. What the fuck? Look, it's so fucking strong. Holy shit. There we go. Well. I'm gonna build up my Mega Evolution. She kind of killed my Pokemon. Whee! Evaluator. Then my heal bar is full. Got it. One more attacks. Do it. Mega Evolve. Fire Blast. There. Over. Over and out. Your Florget's a bitch. Just so you know. You're truly an heir to the stylish sensibilities that once swept our fair city of Lumios. Oh, and another thing I do like about this game is that they actually contribute, or not contributed. They actually put the history from ancient Sinnoh from fucking Legends Arceus. They brought it like in the, if you go to the museum, you actually see a bunch of stuff from Legends Arceus in this game. Kind of like a throwback. And they even mention that region a lot too. Oh shit, I'm Dappa. I'm feeling absolutely marvelous on you. What about you there? Do you need anything? Yes, you do. No thanks, the jacket's all the party. It's alright, dude. It belonged to my mom before she passed. And that sounds like the right choice for you. Thank you for your beautiful battle and such a stylish spectacle. I hope you'll keep boutique couture in mind for all your future fashion needs. For my part, I'll continue refining my designs. Lately, everyone's been talking about this mystery designer named Naveed, but I won't be outdone. Well, how about that? How indeed. I appreciate you getting us access to boutique couture's fine wares, Asher. If only I can afford them, I suppose I'll head back and dive into some commission work. You have to fill me in later about the fashion styles favored by the crowd at the SBC Gala. Said the hotel riches me, shall we? And for what it's worth, I'm sure you'll make us splash no matter what outfit you arrive in. Bitch, it would have been nice to see you in a nicer outfit than what you're wearing now. Well, I just so happen to have a bunch of Inkays in my inventory. Thank you very much. Okay, where are you, Inkay? Oh, shit. Inkay, where are you? There you are. My gift room is all finished. It has a sharp, refreshing scent to it, just like a salty ocean breeze. There's a little problem. Let me guess. The scent does stimulate the appetite quite a bit. Of course, people may find clever use for it, but it'll be tricky to sell as regular perfume. Still, we managed to create yet another wonderful scent, didn't we? So I'd say everything turned out gay. That was gay. That was super gay. I hate it here. Okay, so we're done with that. The fuck is this? Okay.
Alright, let's go fucking see what the society... Oh, it's out here. Okay. Oh, there's a new zone, too? Hello? I didn't know that. I didn't even see it. Well, let's go see what's in there so I can catch it all. Like the crazy person I am. What the fuck? That thing's massive. Why is it just out in the open? Uh-oh. Ow, ow, ow. What do you want? Go away. Shut up all these nuts. Be a pumpkaboo. A pumpkaboo! Oh, okay, wait. Oh. Alright, now I want this fucker, but me. Ooh, this is 120 fucking damage? Hell yeah. Get rid of fucking blood bomb. Okay, anyways. Alright, fucker, you wanna go? Let's go. God damn you. Shit. Trying to end me. It's an alpha. Oh, you're awake yet. Cool. No, don't kill me, you son of a bitch. Hell yeah. Alpha Bedro? Let's fucking go. Are we in zone 15? I don't think we're in zone 15. This is a very heavily populated Pokemon. Wait, I'm actually in zone 15? Yeah, we were. What the fuck? I'm so confused. I don't even remember entering zone 15. What the fuck just happened? Ow! See how many Pokemon there are. Oh, I just gotta catch this Scolipede. Okay. Real quick. Got it. Done. Leave. You got a TM for me? Hey yo, Dig, let's go. We like Dig. We like digging it. Oh god. Oh god. Look at all the dapper people. I don't like it. Too fancy looking. I don't. Oh, you fancy, huh? I don't want to go in. Charizard don't want to go in either. He said nah. Every song I sing, wait for someone like you. I think that I finally found you. Like you, everything way to evolve, evolve, evolve. Oh wait, no, it's not 45, it's 55. Fuck. Keep giving them. Never fall in love with a stranger. Never thinking of, I praise the Lord above. Bringing me your love, I cherish every hug. I really love you. Baby, baby, I like you. I think okay, mostly just catching Pokemon at this point. Fill your Pokedex. 157 out of 6, 160. 28 out of 30, 25 out of 50. Electric types, gas type, ice type. Okay. Let's go. It's gonna take forever to get this fucking shiny charm, I swear. Mabel making me work for him. Riches of me. No way Hotel Z can compare to the luxury front. I wonder what else we can do to set ourselves apart and satisfy our guests. Ow. We have guests? We only had one guest. And that was fucking Jiraiya. Oh. Kidding. Anyway, for now, let's see what the Society of Battle Connoisseurs thing is all about. Greetings, I have been expecting you. Were you all waiting all this time just for us? Well, yeah, things get seriously nasty for me if you kids decide to flake out and no-show. And I don't even want to think about what would happen to you guys. Ahem, I digress. Once you both are adequately prepared, kindly follow me. What the fuck do you mean? Like, what are you guys gonna do? Fucking send a hitman after us? Because I beat your fucking wimply little fucking fancy pants fuck faces? I will cut you. I'll smash you first, then I'll cut you. Hope you're in a knife play. I'm ridiculous. Why are you sighing? You hear that? Wonder what's up with her. Sounds like she don't want to be there. Join Team MZ. I'll smash. You into commission? You go down. Society of Battle Connoisseurs uses this floor as our battleground. Lady Jacinta will provide more details shortly. Until then, you may do as you please. They're just mad that they suck. It feels tense in here. I guess that's what happens when you get a bunch of battle fans together. I'm gonna see who else is here. Oh, score! Looks like I get another shot at revenge against Asher. A redemption arc is just what my storyline needs. Nothing amps up the base like a comeback. Runging up me. I really hope it's you and me in the finals, G-Vote. Bet we'd go viral if we streamed our showdown. That would be nice. But being lumped together with Ivor like this is mortifying. Ah, there she is. Lady Jacinta's arrived. Oh my lord.
Bitch, that's too much pink. Oh my lord, that's way too much pink. Bienvenue and hello to everyone and all. I'm Jacinth, your humble host for this convenient event. And I want to begin by thanking each of you for making the time to attend today's gathering. We, the Society of Battle, we the BBC, try to provide more than simply a venue for battling. We aim also to help trainers and Pokemon better understand, appreciate, and inspire growth in one another in all two battles. Just the other day, we were joined by Galar's former champion, Leon, who just delivered a very fine lecture at our invitation. And today, I have invited a group of exceptional trainers who have recently piqued my interest. These gifted few have garnered attention at the ZA Royale held each night on Lumiosa Street. Alos, what? I don't know what that word is. Alos, let us begin. As I call your names, please come and join us on the court. That voice I gave her is horrible. From Dynamo, the electrifying Canary. And the venerable Tarragon. From the fierce of Destress, the mighty Eivor. And the inimitable Gwyn. Who the fuck is writing the script? From the Rust Syndicate, the cunning Corbeil. And the dependable Philippe. And from Team MZ, the valiant 20. And the up-and-coming Asher. Bitch, up-and-coming? I'll up-and-coming your ass, what? I wonder how this is gonna go. I'm going to whoop all their asses. That's how this is gonna go. If I called your name, please gather here. Honored guests, I just think I'm thrilled to announce a very special tournament for your enjoyment today. Actually, I call it Le Super Tournoi des Destinés. Huzzah! Who the fuck says huzzah anymore? So sorry, I gotta take this call. What's up, Vinny? Got some Rogue Mega Evolution cases for us? Got it. Oh, we got a plan with everyone. Just in. Yes, but easy. We really appreciate the invite, but something urgent has come up. What could possibly be more important? So important. We gotta go. Bet. I'm out. Peace, bitch. They're gonna send the Nintendo ninjas after us. Can't believe she got so many hard hitters together for her own private tournament. Just seems like someone we're gonna need to watch out for. Perhaps you would do better to watch out for yourselves after that display. I urge you to kindly reconsider your actions. You still have time, you must return to the venue. I say this out of concern for your own well-being. That's alright, you can disqualify us. You got to help protect the city so that you can keep enjoying your tournaments. No, wait! Oh, come on! We ain't about this life, chica. Get with the program. I'm here to fight more rogue mega evolutions and fuck your mom. That's all I'm here for. I also just got a request to help someone out. I'll tackle that real quick on my way back. Sorry, but go ahead to the Hotel Z without me, okay? I'll see you there soon. I want to know what they plan on doing. They gonna try to fight me? What they gonna do? Send all you little dapper little fucks after me? Fuck all y'all. Suck my dick. I ain't dapper enough for my big ass Pokemon fucking battling skills, bitch. Good, I can take this dumbass outfit off now. I do not like these fucking jackets. They look stupid. Like, why the hell would you want hollow skinny jeans? It looks so dumb to me.
Where the fuck are my other jeans? Oh, that's what it is. There you go. Wait, I could change that? I didn't know that. What? Bro. There we go. That's better. Hey, buddy. Come on, get caught. Too late. You get. Red beans and rice and missa. Never know when I might need one. You the fucker. Got him. Get 5 more ghost eggs. Make a point to get these. I mean, just killing that for no reason. Really? You fuck. How dare you escape my grasp? Shit. You can't get me. The fun. What's off for me? You're still my sunshine. Still my sunshine. Off your feet. You're still my sunshine. Oh, this place. I've been here before. Fuck, I was almost there. That's a big battle. Just a million miles of fun. Oh, that's off for me. You're still my sunshine. It's too deep. You're still my sunshine. On my feet. You're still my sunshine. You're my sunshine. You're my sunshine. Steal my sunshine. You steal my sunshine. You steal my sunshine. I'm just a Pokemon kidnapper, don't mind me. Steal my sunshine. Oh, hello there, Sam. You want to be part of my team, don't you? Get over here! You didn't see nothing. Mind your business. Mind your fucking business. Mind your fucking business. Well, shit. Excuse me. Really? You suck. I'm with you. When we are apart, I feel it too. And no matter what I do, I feel it with or without you. Damn it, you're still yellow. I need orange. I don't think I have you yet. You want me, girl? I am down on my knees. I can't take it anymore. My heart when I'm with you. Feel it too. No matter what I do, I feel the pain. With or without you. Alright, where am I going, Chance? Who the fuck are Chance? I don't fucking know. Yeah, my boys. What up, Badoo? What up, Badoo? I like that they added like traversal paths and stuff. Kind of nice. Hello? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. You know what? Get... Ow! Rude! That's why you don't bite somebody's ass. Yeah, sure. Her power, nice. No matter what I do, I feel the pain. With or without you. Is that a haunter? It is a haunter. Eh. I don't really need a haunter. I have enough. I have 2 Gengars now. I'll be fine. Oh, there's a haunter over there anyway. When I'm with you, when we are apart, I feel it too. Oh, Alpha Halucha! Come here, bitch! I may have done that a little prematurely. Oh shit, I actually caught it! Let's go! Without you,
Get fucked, Halucha. I got Mega Alpha Halucha. Alright, I'm going to jump off the building because I'm crazy. Whee! Come on, we got this. Hell yeah, we got this. We always got this. Never fail. Never fail. Never in your life. Never in your life, sir. Burn it. Burn it like I burned down buildings. What? I didn't commit arson? What are you talking about? That was a lie. You're crazy. I'm just talking about that. And on you. I have no idea what the fuck this song is. That's crazy. Fucking around on you. Heart in two. Fucking around on me. I'm fucking around on you. Oh, these are the fucking courses I did when I fucking was taking on Froakie. When I caught him. Looking around on you. Fucking around you. Fucking around on you. Alright. I gotta go pee. Oh shit, it's almost 10 o'clock already? What time did I start streaming? 4.5 hours ago. I guess I can do another hour. Maybe. I'll think about it. Maybe 30 more minutes. But I need to go pee and I need a drink, so I'll be right back. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, I'm back. What am I doing? Oh, this mission finally available? Fucking took long enough. Where is it?
Okay, done. That's the one I was looking for. Fucking smoking is so weird looking. What's happening? Nice. Okay, wake up late. Not saying and myself for life imprisonment. Some say plus take business, doesn't it? The GV they mean this night. Other girls sneezing. Don't quit shower Tuesday. Just film on Thursday. Jeans every another day. The cycle parts. My mind. Past that time. Ooh. Bring me back my dress. Oh, fuck, this is real clothes, bro. Yeah, you never catch me doing that shit. No. I don't want to buy any of this shit. That's actually kind of nice. Like this. And this goes. Dark navy. These glasses are ugly. I'm just saying. Zazel. Cappies. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long fucking time. Stones. Sorry, I got distracted doing something. Give me a second. I don't know. I don't know where that is. Anyways. No. How many fucking VTubers do you follow, Zyker? How many do you sub to? That's real quick. You just be getting the subs everywhere, don't you? I still don't have a meta channel yet. Oh, fuck. Oh, my nose hates me. Can you tell? It does this shit every day now. No matter what. Like clockwork. Whoa. Anyways. Oh look, random belly bird. Hey buddy. It's grindy. Hello? Belly bird gets a flap. Apparently this Garbodor wants to fight me. Gonna catch you? He wants to throw. As you really take out the trash. Guess so. Thanks for the berry, I guess. Delilah. Wow. The Pokemon can't exactly understand each other's words, so it's important. It's very important that we express our feelings. Ellie. English do be hard. Especially for Pokemans. Hey, Ever. Big ball. Thank you. Not scared of dying. One way I fail. Alright. Let me go back. But the grind do be grindy. Too bad the call came in the middle of the party. I guess Rogue Mega Evolution can strike anytime. Protecting the city requires sacrifices, at least after seeing Asher at work. That's my conclusion. How was the party? It was a lot. I guess the other half really does live differently. Why don't you just come back with him? What'd you do? Get sidetracked and wander off?
Put my prison phone tower on the way here. There was something I wanted to check out. Fine, whatever. Come on, we got a strategy meeting to start. Rude. Yes. I hereby declare the strategy meeting open. Here's our update from Vinny. Looks like we got 3 more spots where Pokemon are in danger of evolution. First, there's a Frostlass and Aimless Park in the Blue District. Then there's Altaria in Magenta Sector 4. The third one is Venusaur in Jordan Sector 9. They sure do pop up all over Lumios. Vinny's intel says the Pokemon falling victim to Rogue Mega Evolution are getting stronger too. When one's opponent grow more formidable, one need only train to match them. Not a bad suggestion. I don't think we have time to mess around with extra training while Pokemon go rogue. Is everybody not gonna notice the bitch sitting there? I sure as ranks the end of the A Royale now. That's plenty strong. There aren't that many trainers in all of Lumios who sure were stronger. To reach such a high rank is remarkable indeed. If you consider entering a tournament, that seems like a fine way to trade up your team. That's true, but everyone's good. Nobody's noticing her. They're all fucking focused on everything but this bitch. That's true, but our first goal should be or anything that can help us plan, like the types of these Pokemon that might go rogue. Yeah, knowing your opponent's type is like Pokemon Battling 101. Anything else we need to consider before we move on to assignments? Unless a Society of Battle Connoisseurs event comes to mind, how are they faring, I wonder? Who cares? We turned them down pretty hard. After all, tackling the Rogue Mega Evolution problem is TNC's top priority. Do you not realize the bitch is right there? And what exactly is this Rogue Mega Evolution problem, I might ask? Oh, come on. Does anyone actually think we need to go over it again from the start? Something's off. Now that you mentioned it, does this strategy meeting feel weirdly crowded to anyone else? Are you alright, Lena? It sounds like you're imagining things. Bruh. Or maybe not. What are you doing here, Distance? As a host of Life Super Tournoi, it seems I am here to personally escort you back to the venue. I'm sorry, who is this lady exactly? C'est moi. I'm just seeing leaders, Lumios' illustrious Society of Battle Connoisseurs. So this is what cities elite like to wear. The fabric of your outfit is certainly gorgeous, but what really stands out is the craftsmanship. Keen observation, my dear friend. It seems you have quite the eye for fashion. Hey, don't get too friendly. She's not part of Team ZMC. What does that matter? We are all friends, surely. We are surely not. You tell them. In any case, when might I expect you to join us for the tournament? I told Laban just mark us as disqualified. We have Pokemon to save. We'll go back to the hotel, rich as me, and host your tournament. I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, the tournament I planned was perfect in every way, and anything less would be unacceptable. And the two of you are indispensable in making my perfect dream into a perfect reality. Is it perfect if all your guests are standing around waiting for you? I left that in the capable hands of my dear right-hand woman, Laban. As we speak, the guests are enjoying a lavish banquet of exquisite dishes and spectacular performances by renowned artists. I think that's enough from Justin. Lena, can we get back to Rogue Magma Evolution? Alright, let's split the 3 missions. First, we need to help the Frostlass that's in danger of Rogue Magma Evolution. It's an Endless Park and Blue District. You take that one. We can make a Frostlass. Second, we have to handle the Altaria and Magenta Sector before I'll go there once we're done. Third and last, Venusaur in Jordan Sector 8. Tony, you'll secure that location. And like always, you go hit up all those places. Okay, sure. Let's forget about the SPC party and focus on the Rogue Mega Evolution problem. Hello, Team MZ. I must say that you seem to be up to something quite intriguing. But know this, I do not take kindly to those who make light of my tournaments. Bitch! This thing seems eccentric. Seems psychotic. Still, the upper crust do know how to dress. Those zeros surely are cut above. Shut up, Naveen. For once, I actually want to tell you to shut up. Could take out Mega Char or Venusaur first. He's got Charizard. Although it would be nice to have Mega Charizard Y. See if I can get the money for it. Yeah, so close. Don't have enough. Gotta get more money. Guess we'll just make do with Mega Charizard was X Y X. Whatever. I don't fucking know, man. There, level 50. Okay. Let us go. Do something useful in our lives. Couldn't tell you what that is yet. Oh, well. Here.
Almost there. What a fuck? Am I going the wrong way? I'm going to the Altaria. Motherfucker! It's so easy to get turned around in this game, I'll tell you. Alright, I'm gonna grab my food. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, should not be that far away. My money, sleeping down. Pretty sure I'll just come over here and go in between the buildings. Should be there. Yeah, it's the gazebo. Living la vida loca. Living la vida loca. There's a mega Pokemon I haven't seen in a hot minute. Or a fucking Pokemon I haven't seen in a hot minute in general. Ugh. I don't know why there was no Venusaur, right?
It's like a frog. It really is like a frog. It's crazy. I didn't even know it could walk like that. Oh shit. You're dying of poison, bro. What are you doing? Charizard, really? Charizard, really? What the fuck are you doing? Fucking die. Oh, he's fucking solar gaming! Holy shit, that almost killed me. You silly frog. Silly frog. Finish it. I sure do. Wow, this chick is fucking creepy. Can you leave me alone with this fucking tournament? Oh my god. Clearly. She's talking much.
Girl will not take no for an answer, I swear. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna kick you out of your little spot. Oh, hello. No, just because he's attacking me doesn't mean you have to. That's some class, will you? You're like school in July, no class. Come on, finish the bed. Alright, you know what? Probably a good place to call it here. Ugh. I did a lot today. It's been 5 hours of the game. I'll save the Mega Evolutions for tomorrow. Or just do some side quests. In my free time. So... Everything I do, yeah, let's go raid Icky. I will see you guys tomorrow, maybe? I don't know, question mark. It's usually my day off, but maybe I'll stream tomorrow for a little bit. We'll see how I'm feeling. Alright, I hope you guys have fun tonight watching me play some Pokemon, even though I'm like mad far in the game and I probably should just start from the beginning so you guys can actually watch from the beginning to the end, but I don't know, that's a lot of work. And I'm already halfway through the game and having fun, so I don't really see a point in restarting. Maybe I'll restart just to do it another run through. But thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with me. I will see you guys possibly tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a good day tomorrow. And I will definitely be doing something for Halloween, possibly. What? I don't know. Probably play a horror game. We'll see. Okay. Oh, we got movie night this weekend. Probably Saturday. We're watching another double feature. Gonna be a good one this time. Well, they were all good, but yeah. Gonna be one I haven't even seen yet, so whoop whoop. I'll raid one if you don't have the emotes. But I'll see you guys later. Bye.